Alrighty, hello gamers. Hello. Sup y'all? I believe. Perhaps. Maybe. It is time to cook. I believe so. It may just be that time. So first, let us see what we did last time. Let us see the beauty we created. So the first phase is still pretty scuffed, but it's okay. Hopefully we can fix that today. That's a plan. Because I think phase 2, I mean there's still like a couple little tweaks we need to do. But for the most part it's decent. Also I forgot to make them bigger again. I would say after all, we definitely still need to balance like the smaller meteors from the boss. And we still need to go back to the color, because we just stopped doing that for some reason. We do have the projectile highlights, which I still think is a pretty handy shader. I'm glad we did that. Yo, Stardust, hello. Yeah, honestly, man, I'm so proud of like this little highlighting. That makes them so much easier to see. But I'm still not fully certain about the color, but I don't think it's bad going for like something whitish, because the contrast is really good with the background. Also like all the rest that's going on. Yeah, the highlighting is a shader, yeah. So yeah, we did that yesterday. The issue is the shader is somewhat limited. Like I couldn't figure out a way that you can give it like a thickness, for example. I guess, I mean, the thing is, it is possible, but it is limited. Like, I think if you would put like a thickness of 20, I'm pretty sure it would break. Because it just refuses to compile. Because the shader would be too long. I made this with a shader. And I would say the code is actually kinda clean. So we just iterate all over all the surrounding pixels. So assuming our pixel is opaque, right? So it's could be potentially the edge of a texture. We iterate through all pixels, then we check, is our pixel like on the edge of the texture? Then we want to highlight it. Or do we have a neighbor that is transparent? And that is pretty much all we check for. But yeah, I think it looks decent. Again, color is debatable, but we can always change it. That's the beauty. But yeah. What are we gonna do? We probably, hopefully, gonna make some progress. Hope you very pog. We still need to figure out one bug. And that is we give the black holes a max scale of 1. But I think they spawn in with like 1.6. Or not they spawn in with that, but they go up to 1.6. So we need to figure out why that is. At least I believe that's what they do. Yeah, they go past 1. .66 even, damn. I saw the image. Looked interesting. Looked very fancy. Okay. Where do we change the scale? Well, we spawned it with scale of 1 initially. Interesting. In the growing phase, in the first half, go from 0 to half max scale. And We go from half scale to max scale. Makes sense. Except it's wrong. Brr. Do we not clamp maybe? Oh. It's a clamp issue. It's where you always clamp, man. If you guys ever have kids, tell them to always clamp. Always clamp. Unless you don't want to clamp, then I guess you shouldn't clamp. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't really say I'm good at making bosses either. Just the fact that I made a mod before this, so I know a lot of the basics. But now I should stop at 1. It does, wow. To clamp? Sure. If the cat can comprehend the clamming, sure. It's valuable knowledge. But honestly, this black hole is way stronger than I remember. God damn. Yo, Ronald, what's up? Okay, so we fixed the scale. Cool. The question is still, how do we like balance the meteors coming from the boss? Also, right now I think we have a 0.5% chance that it spawns one every frame. So it can just spawn multiple sometimes, which sucks. Or just 3 at once, I guess. I'm doing great, man. I'm ready to make some huge progress today. Most progress has been really slow. Like the past week. I think I'm way too ambitious with this attack. Yeah, man, there's like no explosions on the screen. Maybe we need more stuff. Maybe. Increases chance over time. No, the issue is if we have it purely on chance, we can still have like 2 in a row, right? Which is not good. So we probably want like some type of cooldown. No, the whole point of these ones is when the 2 black holes spit one out, it goes to like a random point, right? And that's where it explodes. For the most part, you would just want to stay up here, because all the ones that explode down here, the projectiles, they just fall down, and they don't actually get to you. So the idea is that the boss is shooting meteors, like somewhere in this angle up, it hits the ceiling, and then the scrap falls down, and you have to dodge it still. That's kind of the idea. Now, right now we're just trying to figure out the details of like the second phase of this attack. Because it's still very much work in progress. Fire the player? Nah, I don't think so. Don't think that's a good idea, especially on such low distance. But okay, maybe... Let's look at the code for the color again. So right now, color lobes from orange to red in a range of 20 to 50%. I think it actually looked better when I went more towards red, surprisingly. I currently intend to upload this mod at some point, yeah. So when I'm done, it is open to the public at some point. Yeah, it's gonna take a while though. Okay, we need angles. So this doesn't work at all. Not even close to working. Okay, I have a better idea. We know... Oh, where are my hotkeys? Okay. We know pointing up is... Actually, what is pointing up? Between pi and 2 pi... I don't know what the number is. It's pi plus 2 pi divided by 2. Whatever the number is. Right, that's the angle that points up. And to that, we can just add a random value that describes this. And then we rotate by this. I think this is a smart idea. Yeah, sure. It's a new idea. Which idea? Do you mean the previous one with like targeting? Because we're not gonna do that. I don't think that makes sense. Sure, if you have questions. Shoot. Okay, so the initial angle is... You know what, let me just do this in normal degrees. I think that's way easier. What's this boss like? That is a hard question. Like, this boss doesn't necessarily have like a normal theme, like a lot of normal Terraria bosses. It's not like, because it's a prison, it does stuff with light or whatever. Like, in general, this boss does a lot of attacks I consider difficult and cool looking. Pretty much. And that's kind of the theme, if you want to count it as a theme. So it's very abstract. So it's very open for ideas, I would say. And yeah, I don't know if you want me to like specify stuff, because that's really about it. 180. Is this 270, right? F180 is 90, that's 270 pointing up, yeah. Yo, welcome back. What point of progression can I fight this boss? It's gonna be pre-boss. So you can fight this as your first boss if you want to. Because this boss doesn't really care about your gear. It doesn't matter. That's not really the point of this boss. Yeah, because honestly, I personally dislike the idea of having a challenging boss that doesn't add anything to progression, but then you can only fight it at a certain part of progression. I think that's kind of unfun. Because then you pretty much just motivate people to, like, I don't know, cheat and like post-monod gear and then fight a boss. Not really a point. Also, it makes it way easier to like prevent people from cheesing in very easy ways. Okay, I think it makes sense if you go from minus this to plus this. What's the name? It's gonna be the Prismatic Prison now. Or something like that, I don't know. Definitely not the final name yet, but that's the best I could come up with so far. Yeah, because I mean, it's a floating prison that's sealed away in a different dimension. I think it's kind of fitting. So this dimension is like kind of like his prison. Let's raise a prisoner. Amalgam, yeah, no. Not a fan of that name. I'm a bit of a coding enjoyer, sure, you can say that. I like some coding. Even though for me personally, I enjoy the result more than the issue process. Like the fact that I actually can see what my code does is motivating. But seeing that, like I wrote the lines that made this stuff happen, I mean, it's kind of cool. At least for me, it's kind of cool. What's the name again? The Prismatic Prisoner. Can't code yet. Hey, maybe you want to get into it at some point. Well, it can be a little bit daunting to get into it first. It's definitely doable to get in. Prismatic prison. It's the prisoner. Someone who is in a prison. Oh, you are learning it, I see. What are you learning in? Like what language? A shader making tool? Oh, that work. What'd that do? If you put the ER in the bag, that's the name, yes. The current best name I came up with. Because again, it's someone who is in a prison. It's not a prison, but someone who is in a prison. So it's a prison now. Because he's I mean, it sounds very similar if I say it like that, but since it is like a crystal, you can call it prismatic as an adjective for him being in a prison. I mean, I try my best to not use the same words over and over, but yeah. I mean, it's kind of a point that the words sound very similar, but they're also very fitting. Not in the typing stage? Okay, what are you learning then? Like how a computer works first, or? In what stage are you? Yeah? Ah, okay. So you're starting like all the way at the bottom. I see. Interesting. I mean, this technically does make sense. But I think most people that want to get into coding, they actually want to start with coding, right? And not learn about like how your PC is executing code. But it can be helpful. Knowing a couple basics for sure. Okay, let's see if my angulation angle works. Sounds more for music name than boss music. Well, boss name. I don't know, could be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, so again, it's like the best name I could come up with, so yeah, not final. Updating view of the shader. Interesting. Interesting. If I ever be honest, so far I'm not really sure the differences between pixel shader and screen shader, because so far I just use both the same way. Able to make these worlds. There's a mod out there called Subworlds that lets you very easily allowed to make these. So it's pretty much just this file. Was it this one? No. Which one was it? Okay, so we have this file where we tell it how big is the subworld. No, the rest doesn't really matter. It's like what happens when we enter it or exit it. And this one tells it how to generate. And pretty much all it does is it takes a structure that I've saved from before, which is the arena. It just draws that in. And then it just puts backgrounds everywhere. Because otherwise you see like the sun and stuff in the background and it looks kind of stupid. But yeah, it's really not that complicated. It's a really easy API to work with. It's pretty cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. Honestly, I don't even know how this really works. Like how you can make subworlds. Like that is so crazy to me that it actually works. But it works pretty well. Okay, but the color is... I would say it's worse. Yeah, the color is horrible. But the angle, I think, is pretty decent, right? It's like only really this angle with shooting the red ones up. Prismo's the imprisoned one. I don't know what that. I like the last part with like the imprisoned one, but the first name, I don't know. We won't need to change that. 30 seconds of this way can die. It could be a bit hard. I mean, it's not that well balanced yet. Let's stop. Oh, we don't need the shader to change the color. But we found a nice color. I just forgot how to make that color. It's definitely more leaning towards orange then. Nah, that doesn't work. Prismatic doesn't sound like a name at all. Once again, it just sounds like an adjective. So I don't think that's it. Oh man, place is breaking again. Oh my god, man, I hate YouTube playlists, man. I mean, you guys can try your best, but you really don't have to. I mean, it's gonna take so long till this mod comes out. So the name really is no prior. Star Prison? Nah, it's not it. I mean, it has nothing to do with stars, really, if you look at them. It's just a spinny crystal. Oh yeah, the color. Color is still slightly off. I think it's still too much red. We've got a 0.2 to 0.3. Actually, in the meantime, while we try to fix the color, maybe I should actually try and fix the first pattern. Also need to analyze, see what exactly is the issue, because it just doesn't feel right at all. Yo, Dimitri, what's up? So let's see, what is it that feels wrong? Give me some more quantify that. So I think the projectile spread is kind of weak. And also it's way too easy to get past the black hole. Crystal Death, the imprisoned one, nah. I mean, Crystal Death, again, that doesn't really sound like a name in that context. Ooh, wait, the color is better, though. Is it an R? Ooh, I think it is better. I mean, it's alright. I mean, again, if you guys wanna give a couple names, sure, go for it. But it's not really that important right now. It's not like I need a name to call this. What's going on is a couple of meteors. I think they're kind of cute. What if we go more orange? I mean, I think at that point I can just go full orange, but I think we tried that before and it looked pretty bad. Your homeschool? But is homeschooled in a sense of you teaching yourself things, or in like the fancy sense where like teachers come to your home? Looked up gemstone names. Interesting. I never did that. I know there's like a topaz and stuff. Ah, so you're actually being taught at home, I see. Sure. Yeah, I don't really have too much experience with that, so I'm not sure if like what the ups and downs of that are. But if it works, it works. As long as you can get your knowledge from somewhere. Infernum Deluxe. Sure. Prismatism? Nah, man, you're trying too hard. That's not it. It's not really a name I can take seriously. And it sounds way too close to like spasmatism. Actually, isn't it like written the same way? Or is it with an S? Oh, it is with an S. Oh, but it has the Z in the beginning. Yeah, no, we're not gonna call it Infernum Deluxe brackets one boss. I don't think so, man. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just gonna make the black hole one shot. I think that's the easiest way to balance. Maybe not one shot, but maybe it does half your HP and it gives you... Actually, no, it's just gonna one shot you. I don't care. Silicon dioxide, yeah, for sure, man. What a clean name. Oh, where do we actually do the damage? Black hole. Where do we actually apply the damage of this? Oh, there it is. The unnamed crystal. I would say it's better, but I wouldn't say it's better than what we already have. And people are trying to come up with a name for the boss. The shackle prism. We're definitely going in a decent direction with this, yeah. But I don't think that's quite it. Terra of cats, yeah, sure. I'm not too deep into chemics, so I don't even know what the previous one meant. Terra Prism? You're not just gonna call it after an item that already exists, nah. Even honestly, if Terra Prism wasn't an item, that would actually be a cool name. Like, Terra Prism is such a cool name. How far am I into coding? Do you mean like in terms of how far are we until like the boss is done, or what? Because I would say we're not that far in yet. Like, I would say we're even from like an alpha version quite far away. The crystal, nah. Chroma Prism doesn't really have a crazy ring to it. Antera Prism. Okay, guys, I just trolling now. Nah, man, that's not it. Actually, what if we do like 10% damage, but you have no iframes? I mean, it sounds fair. Unholy Core. Isn't that like the Providence summoning item? But it doesn't really have to do anything with like holy or something. So I don't think that's very fitting. Profane Core. A true Profane Shard is the one for Guardians, Core is the one for Providence. True. . So where's like the player suction strength? I mean, since 10 would be the hardest fight I've ever done, I would hope it's at least a 10. Because it's supposed to be the hardest fight I've ever done. That's my plan, ideally. Ultra Divine Prison. Sure. What am I doing again? Oh, yeah, I think we need to like... Actually, do we need to change the suction? Maybe not. Oh, Stardust coming from the future, I see. We have a lot of time travelers these past couple days. Exalted Diamond. I mean, sounds interesting, but that is not it, unfortunately. What am I changing? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So we made the black hole one shot, and we also wanna give like the meteors actually damage. Because right now they don't do any damage. Do we have an on collide or something? Modify hit player? Actually, no, we can actually do that. Yeah, we need to manually check for collision. Unless we're gonna spawn him with no damage. I mean, honestly, I also never heard of it before he talked about it. It was contains. Oh, why I'm stupid, that's why. How do hitboxes work again? What? How do hitboxes work? I forgot. Intersect, that's what it's called. There it is. Okay, for the scrap, I think we do want to kill the projectile. And we of course need some damage. But I missed the divine stellar being... I don't know, man. I don't think you're cooking. Hey, Devon, hello. Hello, hello. Also, unfortunately, I can't even put a CD in my PC anymore. It doesn't have a CD drive, man. It's so sad. I actually hope I'm never gonna need a CD, or actually I need to buy one. Atomic prison, nah. Damage. Put in damage. Death reason. How do we do death reasons again? Oh, what sickness? Sure, man. I'm surprised you didn't replace sickness by like Prismus or something. Prismus, the envoy, the envoy. How do we... How do we like grab the death messages again? I did this shit somewhere. There it is. Beautiful. I don't know what rainbow.exe is, but since it's an exe, I mean, you can probably just get it otherwise than from a CD. And then it does stuff. Tony's tabs crystal, yeah. Great idea, guys. Keep it up. Okay, so for the scrap, we're gonna kill the scrap. For the big boy. I show prison. Okay, that's funny. I mean, I guess not, man. If they need a CD, I mean, it's just not gonna work. Is what it is. Gotta go. Alright, man. Bye bye. Okay, for the big meteors, important, we do not want to kill it. That would be horrible. Always come back, sure, man. I mean, I'll be here. Okay, one important thing is though, we do need to change this. When I normally stream, I stream every day at the same time. And as you can see, stream started like 50 minutes ago, so that's the time I usually start. XQ Prism, oh my god. Great ideas. Yo, bye bye, man. Actually, wonder if it's even gonna work. I mean, it should work though. So if you ignore iframes, if you don't have this, or no, and why am I so bad with logic? So if ignore iframe is true, this is false, so we never run into the return. If it's false, this is always true. And then we check if we're immune, or if we do like no damage, and then return. I think that works. I hope. How am I gonna test that though? I have no idea. Wait, isn't there any way I can just get this to work? Wow, that's way better. Wait, what? Oh, I need to propagate that change. Makes sense, that's fair. A little bit of copying and pasting. That's what I love to do. Prism Septica, yeah, sure, man. Entire Nugger. Prism software. Hey, you guys are cooking big time. Now, how do I test that? I think the easiest way is to just give the player a bunch of iframes from this. A lot of iframes. ChatG Prism T. Okay, now you guys are just going completely overboard. Also, is the black hole one-shot now? At least it's gonna kill you really fast. Yeah, it's fair. Seems alright. Now, if you get hit... Okay, I guess it makes sense. If I tell it to ignore iframes, that it's gonna ignore iframes. That's not quite what I meant, though. But I mean, it works. That's all that matters. I should be using it at the wrong spot. Back for a couple of seconds. Alright, man. Welcome back. It's been a while. Okay. Samsung Prism. That reminds me, wouldn't it be kind of funny if my boss would just be like a massive Nokia phone? And that's like the lore reason why you can't do damage to it. Would be kind of funny. Over 40 minutes, alright, man. Good luck on your adventures. Shard of something? I mean, if the something is cool, maybe. The Shard of Cosmic Collapse. Nokia the Unbreakable one. I mean, that's a decent name. It is. If our boss was a Nokia. Nokia? Honestly, Nokia is actually such a good name. Like, I can imagine like an ancient being called Nokia. I can envision that. Noki? Eh? Noki sounds more like Greek? Something like that. Nokia the Forbidden One. Ooh. But I also get what does bubonic mean? I think there was like something bubonic in Calamity and I never know what it actually means. Bubonic. Okay, I googled bubonic, I get the Black Plague. So it's something that's not funny. It drops from PBG. What does that mean? It's a real thing. I mean, I didn't even know what it was, so now we know. We wouldn't change the explosion, yeah. I mean, again, I knew it was from Calamity, yeah, so that does make sense, yeah. But again, you guys know I'm very bad with, like, name shortenings, but it is what it is. What is the name for that again? If you short something to, like, just the starting letters. Is it an acronym? There's, like, a fancy word for that I should probably know. I think it's an acronym. Sunville the Unbound. I don't think so. Okay, so the explosion. Okay, I'm not even gonna read that. The explosion ignores iframes now. That's cool. The meteor does not, but it does 20% damage. Honestly, I would have been surprised if you didn't use ChatGPT for that. Arcanus, Eterna, Prism Studio Code. Alright, man. Have a good night. But I think something like names, like it's really come up with, like on the spot, and it's way better to just get to it naturally. It's kind of like if you're trying to write a book. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to just sit there, stare at your screen, and like force the next sentence to appear. Sometimes you just need inspiration. Sometimes you get more inspiration by doing something completely unrelated. It's where like so many good thoughts, they're just like shower ideas or something you think of like right before you go to sleep. Honestly, most of my ideas I probably had right before I fell asleep. It's like when my brain is working on like max capacity and it's generating all the good ideas. Okay, what are we doing again? I mean, we did do damage, so that's cool. Actually, maybe we actually want to nerf the damage on this to like 5%. This means there's a lot of rocks. It's a lot of small rocks. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you guys are memeing for the most part anyway, so... If you guys want to keep memeing, go for it. But I mean, even that could also help. I mean, sometimes inspiration, it just comes from you from like the most random things. Come naturally? Yeah, I can see that, totally. Why am I taking 0 damage now? What am I taking 0 damage from? Oh, actually I know why. That is very logical. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I should probably fix that. Okay, the issue is very simple. We, right now, say when we ignore iframes, completely skip this part, and we apply the damage, which could be less than 1. So can I need to flip this, right? We say, if the target is immune... No, that doesn't work. We need to flip this. If the damage is less than 1, then we always return, because there's nothing we can do. And then if the target is immune, or we don't ignore iframes. Right, so this is our main condition. If this one is false, it doesn't matter what this is. But if we actually have damage, then we need to invert this now. I need like a online truth table for this, man. Or do I do my own? Nah, it's gonna take forever. What are we doing? We're trying to figure out logic, which I think I'm getting worse and worse at over the time. But I mean, the first part is right. Like, that's gonna stay, guaranteed. And then we need to check for conditions that, if fulfilled, we're not gonna do damage. So if a player is immune, that's true. So we return, because we can't do damage. Wait, no, that's wrong now. Because if you ignore iframes... Ah, oh, fuck, man. This is too complicated. I'm so bad with these like reverse if statements. Okay, let's do it differently. Let's write the condition as if we want to check if we want to do damage, and then just invert that. Maybe that's easier. So we do damage. If our damage is greater or equal 1, and our target is not immune, or we ignore iframes. Right eye is broken. Maybe you should go to a doctor. We can probably help you more than we can. So we do at least 1 damage. And either the target is not immune, so we can just do damage, or we ignore iframes. Okay. And then we just invert that. And I just pray that my logic works. Something hit your eye. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good. Interesting how the screen check is still out. I don't know, maybe you like wanna cool your eye or something. Make sure it's like not swelling up or something. You need to go, alright man. Have a good day. It's not? Okay then. It is what it is, I guess. Just gotta wait it out. Okay, I'm starting to feel like my condition is completely off. I take so much random damage. Maybe I'm just bad. Nah, bro, I take way too much damage. Is the explosion range that huge? Maybe it is. I remember it making pretty big. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm hyped. Hyped to make some progress. I think we need to enable the explosion hitbox again. Because I'm not sure if it's just bullshit that's hitting me or something else. Oh, actually. It's probably just the explosion. Because I forgot it has a minimum damage. That's not 0. That's probably why I get like this random 100 damage. Still need a description for this. Kinda scuffed. Okay, definitely need to nerf the spinning speed on this. Maybe less spinning, more projectiles. Okay, well, what are actually the numbers? Oh, wait a minute. I know what the issue is. Oh, that is an issue. So basically, we kind of changed the logic a while back. When a meteor dies... Okay, not this. When a meteor dies, it makes an explosion. And we just told the explosion to ignore iframes. But obviously we have 2 meteors exploding at the same time. So just take twice the damage instantly. So that's an issue. That is a big issue. I guess what we can do... You know, it's pretty scuffed. We introduce a flag with which we can disable the automatic explosion. And we just do a manual explosion. So like all the normal meteors that like the boss summons himself, they're still gonna explode, but we can toggle it off for these 2. Probably not the best way of doing it, but if it works, it works. Bro, why's my IDE never updating? Hello? That's so weird, man. Okay. Couldn't do this. I mean, you probably can. You just need practice. You need a lot of practice. But I mean, the cool thing about coding is that's not how you start to code. Like your first couple programs, they're gonna be like maybe 10 lines, maybe 15 lines. Right? And the more confidence you build up, then you're gonna start having like multiple files. Then you're gonna start like bigger projects. And it's all just gonna come to you naturally if you just have the right step size to approach things. Yeah, so it's kind of like the same logic if what's like a good example? If I talk about like some super complicated math equations and integrals and complex numbers, and you don't know any of these, and you're gonna say, hey bro, I could never understand this, but you don't even know how multiplication works. Right? There's like a massive gap in between that is gonna have a lot of intermediate steps. Right, you first start with your addition, your multiplication, your subtraction. And then you're slowly gonna build your way up. Right, so you won't see anything that complicated for quite a while if you start with coding. Of course it depends what you do. If you start with game dev, then you may encounter these things earlier. I'm just saying, because some people, they just see this stuff and they're like, oh my god, coding is like this incomprehensible, unapproachable thing. Well, in reality, it's really not. Even though, to be fair, coding is definitely one of these things, I would say. Of course, it depends on the language that you learn. Okay, it's not trivial to get into coding, but I would say it's also not super hard to get in. But it's definitely very hard to master, for sure. And I mean, you can learn coding really early. Like, there's so many resources out there. There's also like more abstract coding languages that kind of don't let you use normal code but do things visually. So there's a lot of ways to approach this, as long as you're motivated. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, the explosion. This is so quiet, bro. The meteors. These ones. Set this to false, and I'm just gonna do it manually. Coding program. So like the editor you're seeing on screen is called Visual Studio Code, and the language we're using is C#. So you can pretty much use this editor to code whatever you want. It supports pretty much every language. which is a very cool thing. It's not the best for all languages, of course, but I'd say it's decent enough, at least for my purposes. Okay, that's where we do the meteors. So, let's see if that's gonna work this time. Meteor black hole, meteor white hole. We take the true center of both. Divide by 2. And hopefully we get like the position in between. Ideally. I mean, it can be a good motivation to have like some goals like that. But if you're just getting into coding, I would highly not recommend starting out with something like this. But once you like know the basics, I mean, go for it. Like, learning is so much more effective if you have a motivation. Like small mods, even that. Definitely don't start out with this. Something else first, because there's so much stuff that is assumed knowledge that you should have. Like if you don't know anything about object-oriented stuff, like inheritance, classes, objects, you're gonna be lost. For example, right, you definitely need to know what are even data types. What are functions? All that stuff. What are loops? What are arrays? Right, so definitely don't start with this. Best primo normal music, true. Can't understand anything here? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's not really like the level I'm talking about. I'm talking about like way more basic level, but yeah. But again, as soon as you understand the basics, go for it. But it's great to have a motivation. Venom Empress? Yeah, I don't even know what that sounds like. Okay, we spawn a radius, right? We do, okay. Let's see. Well, Dragon Rage seems like a no-brainer weapon for Dog. I think probably melts this guy in 2 seconds. You, my master. Okay, but I think it works. I think there's only one explosion. I only see like 1/100. Go back. The suction. That is so much damage. What is like the damage range, actually? Min max. It actually goes from 0 to 0.4. Oh, okay. Didn't know that. I mean, of course I'm gonna beat the boss a bunch of times. I'm probably not gonna no-hit. Because again, I mean, you guys know I don't like no-hitting. So I think it's boring. It's probably gonna be the same with this. But I mean, of course, I'm gonna beat it a lot of times before I ever publish it. Unless we have like a super basic beta version, then maybe I'm not gonna beat it a lot of times. I think the damage is still off though. When we are like inside of the explosion, we should take 40% damage. That is not what's happening. I mean, we lerp from min damage to max damage as player distance goes from radius to 0. Damage seems so off. Like, what is 40% of 500? It's 200. And most I see is 100. Where's the issue that the radius is so huge? Oh, that was a 183, okay. It's hard to actually figure out where the middle is. But I think if we want to start the damage at 0, we definitely want to increase the upper bound by a lot. Maybe make it up to 80% damage. Something crazy. But I think it's working. It's just really hard to like find the center, because they're so damn fast. 170, okay. I mean, again, we're right in development, so nothing that you guys seeing is like the final version. So don't think about it too much. I think we should probably nerf like the base meteor damage, because they're so damn fast. Even though, I mean, of course, it should still be a hard fight. Right, that's the point. Which, how's the color? Wait, the color is actually pretty good, I would say. I do like that color. We still need to kind of figure out how like the boss meteor should be implemented. Maybe we just nerf the probability by a lot. And if he spawns multiple, then so be it. But I honestly think we just give all of them this color. Yeah, I kind of like that color. Grinding, of course, man. I mean, all day, every day, right? I really want to finish this attack, man. We've been on this for like a week now. So it's been pretty damn slow. I mean, I guess it doesn't help that the code becomes more messy every single day. Or maybe not even messy, just a lot of code that does a lot of tiny things. I mean, or do we keep it at white? I mean, who cares, honestly. Okay, random Meteor. Right now has a 15% chance, right? Is that 15%? No, it's not. It's a 1.5% chance. Okay, what if we change this? Actually, I think we had this before, which is a 0.1% chance. So I don't know if my math is correct, but multiplied by 60. So it's a roughly a 50-50 each second. So maybe do 0.5. And then it is 0.005%. So we would have 50, 5, 0.5, 0.05. Yeah, we have that. Okay, then we're gonna make these ones slower, I think. Maybe like 5 to... Nah, not 5. Maybe 10 to 15. Scale should also be smaller. Isn't right? I think it is now. I mean, this one, if this one was 5, we would have a 50% chance. So if this one is 5, we would have a 5%. This one would be 0.5%. So this one is a 0. But did I wait, did I say 0.5 or 0.05? Wait. 50? 5%? 0.5? Okay, it's 0.05. Okay, fair enough. How long will it take? To finish the entire mod, if I work on it continuously, probably like 2 months, 3 months, probably more maybe. It's really hard to give an estimate because I'm not very experienced with modding. So a lot of the stuff I'm doing is very scuffed and bad. I mean, a lot of the things we do isn't really how Terraria does it. So we have to implement a lot of things in our own way. But I mean, gravity doesn't work that way, for example. There's no true damage in Terraria. There's no mechanics, really. Which I'm not going to elaborate too much. What I mean by that. But there's a lot of things we need for this fight to work that we just need to make on our own. man, the black holes, man, kind of strong. Actually, wait, it would be kind of interesting if you kind of keep it like that and you have to still rotate with the holes to somehow like stay in between. You don't get like pushed around. But it's kind of hard, man, if they're that fast. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I can tell you, man, the only thing I have really talking, like, for me is that I started coding a long time ago. I've never really done very big projects, so my overall experience isn't actually as high as it should be. It's just I started a long time ago and I made a lot of small projects. And it's pretty much all the knowledge I have. Even though I started coding more in like the last couple of years. What do you mean I didn't go? I'm actually dodging stuff. I mean, believe it or not, but I actually just dodged everything. Don't get deceived by the haters. The haters would say I'm in God more than I'm cheating. I know, man. Aren't I the best? Oh my god. I'm so good at my own boss. Okay, so let's do the first phase again. So I was saying, I think portals, slower. Maybe more projectiles, or we just know of the suction. Actually, I keep forgetting, like somehow this boss breaks if we reset it once. It doesn't register the new portals correctly. Yeah, I don't know why we would do that, honestly. I think he's just jealous of my epic gamer skills. That's my best guess. Which I mean is understandable, like I don't blame anyone, I mean I'm just gifted, right? I'm just built different. Right, so no worries. But okay, I think the damage calculation also works fine. So that's Pog. Honestly, I think we actually need to nerf slightly how fast the meteors are. Just slightly. So right now we spawn one every 1.5 seconds. And they take 1 second to hit. So maybe we change this and say it takes 90 frames for the collision. But I mean, then only half a second in between? I don't know. Or maybe we actually want to increase the frequency of meteors over the phase. Maybe we'll do that. Can whistle? Cool, man. I can also do it when I have a whistle. We even had the idea to like make an action the same name as an object. English is such a weird language, man. Sure. English moment, true. True and real. Okay, first phase. We want to change the max rotation speed, which right now is 1%. Actually, no, it's 1... What is this? It's in radian, I think. So it's 0.1 radians. Way too much. Crazy. Maybe we put a 6, 7? 7? How about 6? Okay, so we're gonna rotate slower. And we do need to nerf the suction. Which I think is just this strength parameter, which we actually buffed before. Funny enough. Right, man, go get your snackies. Bam, bam. Okay, I would say the projectiles are also more spread out, but yeah, we need more. Favorite animal? That's easy. It's cats. Of course. Gotta be cats. Okay, bro, I gotta say, this feels way more natural. This feels way better. Yeah, like half the emotes on my channel, they're just cats. Those cats are the objectively best animal. Everybody knows that. Okay, I don't think I've seen a single meteor spawn so far from the boss. Oh, that was one. Okay, made it a little bit too rare. It pretty much never happens. Yeah, cats are great. How long do I usually stream? I aim for 3 to 4 hours, but usually it's more like 5 to 6 hours. Hard to tell the explosion size. Yeah, maybe we need to nerf that a little bit. Because I think it's bigger than what it should be. I'm not gonna add a shader for the explosion. No, it's not that important. I'm probably gonna write a shader later. For like these star ref projectiles. Because I still don't like how they look. So I'm probably gonna have to do another shader to stream. Hope that can fuel your addiction. Yeah, man, it's been almost 2 hours. We made like little to no progress, I feel like. I mean, we changed the color of the Meteor, so that's impressive. Yeah, I think we should nerf the radius a little bit. How big is the radius right now? It's 20 tiles radius. So yeah, it's quite big. Oh, wait, the ruler doesn't work when I pause. Ah, shit. I mean, 15 feels more fair. So I wouldn't say it's way too big, but it is a little bit too big, for sure. Let's do 15 tiles. "15 tiles. Wait, actually, ooh. I have a very smart idea. But I usually play... normally I play Infernum. I do my little Infernum speedrun runs. But I haven't done those in a while. Been a couple of weeks. But yeah, I'm a huge Infernum enjoyer. I love Infernum so much. Probably my favorite mod. Yeah, the last one I did was Eternity Death Mode with like the new add-on. But I can't say I enjoyed it more than Infernum. Infernum is definitely still more enjoyable for me. Okay, I wonder, can I put this as a default argument? Probably not, right? No. Okay, that's what I thought. Compile time constant. Yeah, makes sense. I don't really watch Terraria content on YouTube. Like, at all. Yeah, so I'm very much outdated when it comes to a lot of Terraria stuff. Red is? Yeah, no idea what red is. I mean, red is a color. That's for sure. I mean, should Death Reason be an empty string or just null? Like, what is more intuitive? I think we do null. Yeah. Is a creator of Terraria? Bro, I don't care who made the game, I just play the game, man. Why would I care? Another red potion, yeah. Like the little photo-worthy potions. I did see those before. You know what, man? Sometimes, maybe I'm a bit too harsh on myself sometimes. Because I gotta say, that is the most unreadable mess I've read today. Maybe I shouldn't feel too bad about myself sometimes. Maybe the code I write isn't the worst. Now, no doubt, it's probably very efficient and very smart. But looking at this, I mean, what does it do? I have no goddamn idea. It's definitely not intuitive, that's for sure. Was put in to stop hackers, huh? I'm not sure if putting in a potion is gonna prevent hackers from hacking, but I don't know the lore, so maybe it does. But okay, now we can just ignore this parameter. Actually, no, we can't, because I'm stupid and I have no idea what I'm doing. I take it back, man. Maybe I need to be more harsh on myself. I mean, I know you get like 50 debuffs and they have like infinite duration, but if you're hacking, why would you care about buffs? I mean, just make yourself invincible at that point. So I don't know how that really helps. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, but now we never actually have to give a death reason if we don't want to. Oh my god, I should have done this way earlier. Give up, sure, man. I mean, I'm not a big lore enjoyer, so understandable. So pretty much just talking to a brick wall. Do I actually have access to how many projectiles we're spawning? I think I do. Because I do change it down here. Projectile colon. What is it per default? 2? Okay, so the only thing we can change is to shoot twice as many projectiles. Yeah, that's kind of bad design. Should be a little bit more customizable. Yeah, we should probably change that, yeah. Anyways, I'ma do a quick break and then we keep cooking, Barry. Alright, what's up, what's up? Hello, hello. Yo cutie, what's up? I would say we're cooking. I would say as always, making progress, it's just very slow. Also, hello, so what? Hello, hello. Okay. What do we want to change? I forgot. How did I got my boss so far? I mean, we're still working a lot on like the way the attack works and stuff. But I would say we're getting there. Like so far the first phase is still too easy. I would say the second phase may be too hard potentially. And the third phase is kind of non-existent right now. But yeah, I would say this phase is getting a little bit hard. Especially with like the holds getting faster and faster. At some point they're so fast you're gonna be having like barely any space. Actually right now it looks very playable. As long as the holds aren't there. Infernum Dog hard. I would hope it's gonna be way harder in Dog, because Dog isn't that hard of a fight. I mean again, I want my boss to be universally hard and not just hard to learn. Even though it's definitely gonna have a harder, like a steeper slope to learn than to actually play. But it should still be very hard, even if you're not a boss. You can just call me Donnie. So just ignore the first two letters in my name, pretty much. Yeah, more like in the direction of Mutant Heart, yeah. Or you call him, I mean, true. It's probably the truest true that has been true today. Okay, you know what? I think we can make them slightly faster again. They're a little bit too slow. I think also the black holes should be spinning way faster to make it harder to like go in between them and like spinning around. Just on it, yeah. Exactly. So let's make the meters faster again. It's getting a bit too boring like this. So 60 was too fast, 90 is too slow. So as we just do 75. Spawning maybe every 100 frames. Sure. Blushy hard. I mean, I've never played Blushy, so I can tell you. But ideally, it should be very hard. Even though Blushy, as far as I know, goes way more on bullet hell than I will. Like, it's still gonna have a lot of bullet hell aspects. But it's not gonna be a pure bullet hell fight. That's what happened. But I mean, you've probably seen more of it than I have. I think I've seen like 2 minutes of gameplay or something in all my time. Okay. First phase. Still kinda cringe, kinda weak. Let me see again, how fast are they? Because we didn't have the speed. I think the speed was fine. It's still mainly just the projectiles. Oh, I remember what we want to do. First issue is we kind of need more projectiles. Okay, I'm just hard stuck. God damn. We need more projectiles. But we can't really do that with the current framework. So either we keep it that way, or we're gonna have twice as many. These are our options right now. Yo, welcome back. The final boss of Team What? I don't know, I've never heard that. Let's do 8. Okay, we need to change the projectile spawning logic. It's kind of messed up. So we have a variable that tells us after how many frames we're gonna spawn projectiles. But we also need one that's gonna tell us how many we're gonna spawn. So just number of projectiles. And that should be all we need. Up to your pinky, unlucky. Honestly, I don't remember if I ever stubbed my pinky on something. I don't think so. Did I ever? I can't remember. Maybe it was like many years ago. Who knows? Okay, honestly, I should really start to like close a bunch of my code, man. There's so much garbage I don't care about. And like half of my stream is just scrolling through my code. Okay, so we just put this in a loop, and that's all we need. Anything else we need? I don't think so. Two hours? Damn, that's crazy. Wowzers. Okay, first phase. After pole, that's where we start attacking, right? Yes. So we need the number of projectiles, which should be an int. And we need the projectile interval. Which for the base case is just gonna be... Actually, I can just put it up here, actually. Every 2 and 1. But does that make any sense to do it like this? It kinda doesn't. Because we do enable it manually here anyway. So we can just set this in the beginning once. Makes way more sense in this mess. So we just need some smart values for this. So right now we spawn 1 projectile every 2 frames. That's what we do. So if we want to have like 50% more projectiles, we would spawn 2 projectiles every 3. Yeah, because then on average we spawn 1 every 1.5 seconds. So there should be 50% more. Sure. Let's see how that feels. But I thought you already got your dinner. But maybe if you haven't, I mean, better go snack some. Sure. Okay, there's a couple more projectiles. Okay, it's a little bit more challenging. That's a little bit more how it should be. Okay, now of course it's gonna last longer in the final version. But I kind of like that. Yeah, the suction is still a bit too strong. Okay, the boss meteors are still super rare. Until it randomly just spawns 2 in a row. Man, I love RNG. Ooh, you're doing front end now. Ooh. But do you actually enjoy doing front end more? Was it less stressful? I don't know. So far, I never really enjoyed it. Back end more, yeah, that's how I feel. Needs to be done, true. It does. But front end, I don't know. I don't like front end. Like, I always suck at it. And it just looks awful. It looks awful and it feels awful and it just doesn't feel right. I mean, it doesn't need to be awful, right? But if you're bad at it, I mean, it's gonna be awful. Maybe you define it differently, because front end for me also includes, at least if it's a solo project, also like doing the visuals and shit. If you're making a UI. I mean, if you have some good software, I mean, it does help a lot. It's like the last couple of times I did some UI stuff in Java or Python. I never really used tools where I can just like drag things around and just use that. Because there's like not that many available. Actually, there was like one for Python. That was online. That was kind of cool. But for the most part, I just do it just through code and it's awful. It's so annoying to do. Yeah, honestly, I really want to look more into HTML. I never really had a project that used it too much. So I do kind of want to get the basics of that. At some point. What was I doing? Oh yeah, first phase. First phase, I think, is decent. A decent approach. One important thing is though, we need to make sure you can't get past the black hole in the beginning. Which you probably can do, I would assume. If you just like run past it? Yeah. That's a big issue. But why though? Is it not strong enough? I mean, it's kind of weak. Honestly, I'm not sure we want to balance that. I guess what I can do, maybe that's the best thing to do. We make the holes be a bit further away in the first phase, right? So they're more like this. So like the center is kind of like right on where you would walk. And then we can change the suction by a lot, make them suck way harder. Then maybe in this phase they go out a little bit more. Right, because they block a lot of space in this phase. And you're gonna be having barely any room to move. Tailwind make style. I'm not sure what that is, but it sounds cool. Speed up to high speed, slow down for them to shoot meteors. I don't think that's gonna look good. Especially with like the current intervals, if they speed up a lot and then slow down again over the course of like 1.5 seconds. I don't think that's gonna look too good. I think the idea right now is fine, how they just spin faster over time to make it less predictable where they're gonna shoot from, and it's also be a cleaner transition to the next phase where I have to spin really fast. Make exomax and rev the machines. I don't think I know the connection there. But yeah, I don't think that's a play. And I mean, if it was like 1 minute of work to change it, I would probably try it out, but I don't think it is. But I orbit and dash. Do they really orbit you? I mean, it depends like which phase you mean, but like the last phase where you just fight the twins, don't they like try to get to a fixed position and then dash towards you? It's not like they're like spinning around you. In the sub phases. Yeah, again, I don't think that's the play here at all. And it also doesn't really make a lot of sense if it keeps speeding up and slowing down. And it also doesn't really help our issue. But yeah, I think we just make the suction very strong. Maybe decrease the radius in which the suction happens. So the issue right now is that, how do I describe it? So first of all, in the first phase, you can literally just walk beneath the black hole, which means the suction isn't strong enough. But we also can't just make the suction way stronger, because the second phase is already pretty tough when they spin fast and they have like crazy suction. So again, the idea is we juice up the suction, but then for the second phase, we move them out a little bit. So they still have like their massive radius, but you're gonna have a little bit more space in the middle. Right, but they still need to have the same position for the first phase. Well, so you can just go below them. That's what I was talking about. Okay, right now... Oh, that's why. Oh, I remember that. I probably shouldn't do that. Because right now we have our black hole, right? Which is just a texture. And we start applying gravity at 1.5 times the texture radius. What that means, we start applying gravity like somewhere here already. That's why it feels so weird sometimes. I think we should probably get rid of that to make it more intuitive. Magnetic waves. No idea. But I also usually don't envision them, so I haven't really looked that up. I don't think that's the idea I had for the ref projectiles. I don't think that was it. I was thinking about more like a shine that goes over the projectile over the course of a couple frames. Which I don't really see the connection to like magnetic waves. Something like that was like my idea. We have less radius. And then we just go hard on the suction. If not, I mean, suction of 2, man, is crazy. But call me crazy, because we're gonna try it anyways. Okay, so let's check. Can we walk past? I would say I probably would die there. I mean, I probably did die, just got rid of the message instantly. Yeah, I would say you die pretty damn fast. But I mean, actually, is the suck that strong? I don't think it's that strong. But I kind of like if you still have like a way of maybe getting out of it. That's fine. Post it. Let me see. Wait, I talked about the movement. Yeah. But I mean, we kind of have that though, no? Like the only thing that we don't really have, which I also don't think that we really want to have, are like these lines. Oh, that's a bit thick. I like these lines. Right, because if projectiles spawn here, they're just gonna go this way. If they point up, it would be more like this. So we pretty much don't really have projectiles here. But besides that, I mean... we do have like all of those. So it is very similar to what we have. And it's trying to tell me there's like a super easy equation I can use to reproduce that. Instead of what I'm doing with like direction lerping. There's not, yes, what I thought. Done with dinner, good job, man. Hope it was tasty. I mean, I was a bit confused. I thought you talked about like how I want the projectiles to look and not to move. Right, because I would say I'm pretty happy with the movement, how they behave. And it's more about like the frequency of them. In a sense of like how much is spawning. Could be improvement. I don't know. I think it's definitely not optimal, but it's really hard to fine tune this. I mean, the beginning is fine. Like, it's important to like cut this part off. But then this part, I mean, I don't know. I think this is fine. It's dodgeable. It's still a lot of projectiles that try to drag you into the black hole. So that's cool. I mean, if you can express this in words, what exactly feels off, I mean, I consider it, but I would say it's pretty damn close to what I want it to be. I'm moving perfect curves, yeah, but I mean, they don't have to, right? And I mean, can we even have perfect curves if like the things aren't stationary? Right, because if you look at this, I mean, of course it's like a perfect curve because it's stationary. But what if while this wave is going, the south pole suddenly moved down here? Then it would also go somehow like this, right? Or something. So we don't really have this exact scenario. Because in this case, the two poles are stationary. But in our case, they move while the waves are going. The white hole pushes you away, yeah. It does so. I still think we need to change something about the white hole, because it doesn't really pose a threat at all. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I have a cool idea. What if... So pretty much in this phase, the two holes don't interact with projectiles at all. So like, what if in the first phase, the white hole is like spitting stuff out, the black hole sucks it in, right? And the black hole is like the main threat to the player because it can one-shot the player. What if in this phase, we also make the projectiles interact with the white hole, such that if they're falling down, right, if they like fall on top, they just get pushed back up. Because that would also kind of solve this issue, that meteors that explode down here, they just instantly drop down. And if you're above the boss, it just doesn't really do anything. I mean, that would make sense. But there's even more physics, so that is probably going to take like 2 hours to do. So... why am I doing this to myself? No physics a bit? Okay, then explain how physics work, please. Thank you. That's simple, alright, I'm all ears. Okay, let's make a list of projectiles in which we define which will interact with the white hole. Or should all interact with it? No, they can't. I mean, or we just give it like a blacklist of projectiles to ignore. It's acceleration. I mean, you just make it faster. I mean, that's easy. Oh, they made it. Ah, you know what? That explains a lot. Because I mean, I'm thinking, if physics are real, how come I can make physics in a game that's different from the real life physics? I mean, doesn't that imply physics is like a thing defined by humans? But that makes a lot of sense. I really don't know how I want to design this. Maybe do a blacklist. Okay, whatever. Let's just do it in a way that's gonna work right now. Okay, man, these topics are so basic, even I know that. And that's not even physics to me, that's like common sense. Like, the issue is not how it works, the issue is like what numbers do you pick to make it look nice. That's the bigger question. That's what I need to know. And the issue is I don't really want to reference patterns of like this current attack, because then it doesn't really have reusability. Strong and weak nuclear force. I mean, isn't that like one of the 6 forces of the universe? I mean, I know these. I mean, it is though, no? Wait. Weak nuclear force. Yo, TCAP, thanks for raid. What's up, what's up? Hello, hello. We're currently looking up what the weak nuclear force is. It's one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature. Are you guys just mad that I said 6 instead of 4? Come on, man. So, anyways, what did you guys do? Did you guys also do a coding adventure? C++ game there. So, I mean, it's a couple tabs. It's not that many. I mean, I need all of these. Definitely. I forgot what I wanted to do again. Will control the weak nuclear force. Of course, man. I mean, it's literally like the controller of the universe at that point. I mean, look at that. It's just summoning some black holes and shit. But I mean, if I understand what the weak nuclear force is, maybe we can put it in this fight. Potentially. I don't know, like, it's not that many tabs, man. I don't know. Like, you guys can be glad I'm not showing my main browser. Because that's the real final boss, I can tell y'all. Thing has like 10 times the tabs. Eight tabs, bro, you're missing out on so much information. What if you like want to open a tab but you don't have it? I mean, imagine that. Like the strong one but weaker? I mean, something like that, right? And the boss is gonna be the whole mod. It's not gonna be an add-on or anything, it's gonna be a standalone mod that We'll add one boss. And one boss only, probably. Black hole can throw things. I mean, look, it's complicated. It's physics. Trust me. I mean, if you think about it, you have like a black hole and you have a white hole, right? And there's like this theory in physics that they're actually connected through a tunnel, right? Something like that. But imagine, if this one is the black hole, right? Doesn't that mean if something's passing through, it has like the speed of the white hole, so it makes it like infinitely fast, so that's why it shoots out, you know? Was it just that fast? And just goes through the white hole. And the white hole, it just has it all stored up. Don't ask me. I mean, to be fair, I had to make 2 meteors appear from somewhere. And I think that is the most reasonable I could come up with. And I feel like it looks cool. It may not be the most physically accurate. But I mean, to be fair, why like dodging all this stuff on your screen? Is that really what you want to think about? Surely not. No way. Echo pull's too strong. I don't think it's too strong. I think the issue is in the second phase it's too close. I believe. Once again, the issue is in the first phase, the suck needs to be really strong, so you can't just go past it. But if you go past it, you get sucked in, you just die. And that's how it should be. But for the second phase, yes. It is a bigger issue, because they're too close. Which is why I said earlier, I think we just want to move them out a little bit. Right, so instead of here, maybe they move towards like here. And then I rotate on this line. This doesn't really make sense to change the strength over time. Because it's not really going to feel that natural. Even though the question is still, should the white hole do something with the player, besides just pushing him? So I don't know, should the player also take damage when he's getting close? I mean, physically speaking, yes, right? It's like the reverse spaghettification. Not sure what the play is. But okay. For now, I think we did want to have the interaction of like the small scraps with the white hole though. Because I think that's actually gonna enhance the gameplay. I'm probably gonna make it even more awful. Let's see. Gravity gameplay, you goddamn right. Yo, Mohammed, what's up? Hello. I mean, I think I'm actually just gonna hardcode the projectile for now. Sure. I mean, it's already so scuffed. That doesn't matter. Question is, can I do this? Probably not. So I don't even know if the IDs are initialized at that point. Probably not. We can try. But what is a meteorite shader? Wait, what? What's that? Chroma shader. God damn, some fancy stuff. Okay, respect that. This is a discussion between you two. I don't even know what this is about. Okay, white hole. I mean, in theory it should be easy, right? We'll just go through all projectiles. And if it doesn't have that type, we just ignore it. Projectile type, unequal that type, ignore. Now, gravity. How does that work? So let's imagine we have our black hole and we have a piece of scrap falling onto it. What do we do? Like, we definitely need the distance between like this object and the center. I think you're getting way too invested on this, man. I mean, just look up the physics yourself, I guess. If you're that interested. Okay, we want the projectile center distance to the black hole center. I still hate this type of code, man. But just like the first letter that kind of changes the context. Kinda hard to read. But okay, we need to know the strength, so it's just gonna be a lerp based on that distance. Actually, we already have distance, right? I know we have strength. I don't know, it's a distance strength for sure. Black hole sucks it, the white hole shoots us out. I mean, how does that work? Like, the biggest issue is again that the tools kind of need to know that the other one exists. But in terms of gameplay, would that make sense? I think what we definitely need to do, we need to put a limit on how often they can get transported like this. Right? Because if you have the two holes, let's say a scrap falls in here, it gets spit out up here, then they rotate. Like, they rotate pretty damn fast. I mean, look at these guys go. I mean, they're pretty damn fast, and they only get faster. So in the time this one is falling, this could rotate and grab this one again. So we could potentially have one projectile like falling down like multiple times. So we would need to consider that. But I guess in terms of gameplay, if we had that, we probably don't need the meteors that come from the boss. Right, because the whole purpose is to like get projectiles also up here. At least make them more likely. Ah man, sorry man. I don't have time. I need to figure this out. Maybe that is the play. Also, that would also feel a bit more in line with the first pattern. Even though it's interesting because it's kind of a reverse. Right, the first pattern is about the black hole ejecting stuff and the black hole sucking it up. And this pattern would be more about the black hole sucking stuff in and then the white one pushing it out. You know, it's the same result, but it's still kind of a different approach. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. Idea is probably a better idea, honestly. Again, question is how do you do this in a clean way? Like, the end result is the same, but it's still... how do I describe it? It's still different in the sense of how it feels, I would say. Or maybe I'm copying, who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, but it does fit with the style of the attack, for sure. I don't know, do I just handle it on the outside? Maybe I do. I mean, we already have all this code to handle projectiles. But do I also make them despawn here? I don't, right? No. What is this hit timer, by the way? Completely forgot what this is. Oh, wait, I know what it is. This is for the projectiles dragging you. Okay, I should actually put some comments. Have you guys finished your RP in the chat? I'm proud of y'all. Okay, this one's for the base projectile, right? Wait, so we have all this code just for the drag? Really? Damn, that's a lot. So okay, we can't really just put this code into something, into somewhere that we already have. And I really want to do this in a clean way, but I don't know what it is. I mean, or we just have a reference to the other portal, and if we don't have a reference, we simply just don't do that behavior. Yeah, I mean, there's worse things. Sure. Let's call it the other hole. Sure. Alright, man. Good luck on shaders. I do see you guys' messages, yes. Otherwise, it would get kind of hard to read the chat. Okay, so we can do it afterwards. If we don't have that reference, ignore the next part, sure. Okay, so okay. We have the black hole, we have a projectile, we have the distance. Then we need to lerp this based on how deep it is in the... What is it going to be? The black hole, right? Yeah. Or we put it in a white hole. Ah, that's smart. Or can we do it in here? I mean, actually. Yo, thanks for follow. What I should do. We can use the exact same code to accelerate things into the black hole. But then only make a differentiation. If we have this certain projectile, we just spit it out on the other one. Yo, what's up? What's up, man? What do you mean finally? I just answered your message like a minute ago. Or 2 minutes ago. What do you mean? I literally answered your previous message. Okay, so if our projectile type is also not the other one, what? The Meteor projectile one? Mm-hmm. But why is this one hard-coded? It's kind of stupid. Then we ignore. And it's gonna be the most unusable code in the future ever. It is gonna be a nightmare to actually use again. Let's just hope we're never gonna use a black hole again, honestly. Or if we do, we just rewrite the entire thing. Let's make a second class. Let's just say if we have the... It's so bad though. Okay, whatever. I mean, sometimes it's about the intention, right? And not the action. So even if this is absolutely hideous and awful, as long as we can do what we can do, isn't that all that matters? Sometimes it's not about the code. We code on our way to a goal, but it is the goal we can achieve. And then, if we're in center range, we check if we have the beginning projectile type, in which case we despawn and continue. Actually, we always continue, right? We do. So just despawn this one. Otherwise, the Meteor. We just want to spit it out on the other side. Actually, oh, we can be smart. So if you have the Star Wrath, or if the reference to the LR portal is null, then we just despawn it. Don't care. Otherwise, we move our projectile to the center of the other hole. And since the white hole actually ignores projectile, we just give it like an initial boost, I guess. If not, bro, this is gonna be such a mess. Was they gonna get attracted the same way as the projectiles in the first phase? Oh, this is gonna be awful, man. It's probably gonna be fun to look at. Okay, so we start at the center of the white hole. Then we need a random direction. Turn this to a vector. Times some speed. What would the speed be? We do have a max speed, right? We do have that. I don't go like 5 to that. If it's less than 5, then I guess it just breaks. Sure. Okay, so that's probably gonna make it that it just keeps going in the black hole and gets potted out of the other one over and over. Well, let's see. Probably funny. I have a PC. I'm a PC only enjoyer. Okay. So the first phase is completely broken now. That is cool. Also, we don't even set the reference to the other one. So it can't even work. Why is the first phase so broken now? Yeah, it's not quite it. Oh, that's why. So this can never be true, right? Am I stupid? No, the issue is this is always true. That is the issue. So you say, if it's not projectile type 1 or it's not projectile type 2, we skip this one. which is always true. Because in order for this to be not true, a projectile would need to have two different types. So that makes sense. Okay, let's do the other way again. What would the condition be on which we want to execute all this code? So we need an active projectile. And the projectile type is either the first type or the second type. And then we negate that. I was like, I'm always so bad with like this negated logic. I suck at that so much. Well, it does look ugly. And we can simplify the term. I think that is way more readable. I do believe that. But okay, we do need to set the reference, actually. So it can actually do something. And we only need to set this for the black hole. Oh. Now behold. Physics, right here. Okay, that works. Sure. Now, how is that gonna work? Oh, that is quite strong. I don't think it gets spit out on the other side, though. Kinda doesn't. So I'd say the black hole does a good job of sucking it in, but it doesn't push it out. Interesting. I mean, I think it has to do with this mess of a code. So right now we're trying to make it that the meteor, like the tiny meteor scraps that spawn when like a big one explodes, get sucked in by a black hole and spit out by the white hole. That's kind of the idea. For some reason it doesn't detect when it's like in the center of the black hole. I mean, the issue is I can remove this. It's gonna work just fine. The issue is it's gonna look really ugly for the first phase. But as we can get rid of it, just to see how it would look like. But yeah, it's gonna look horrible. I still haven't figured out like a better way of doing this though. But actually it doesn't look that bad. Wait, I remember it looking differently when we didn't have that. Aww. Oh, it actually works now. Wow. But that's actually kind of interesting. It's like building its own little like meteor belt or whatever you call it. But as I said, we probably need to limit the number of times a single projectile can travel. Nah, man, I never died on my own boss, by the way. Okay, maybe let's let them travel like once. Yeah, because it's just the same one that keep getting potted, which I did anticipate. So what I'm thinking, we can just use the AI field. Maybe that's a bad use, but see what happens. And we set it to 1. Actually, let's just increase it by 1. So every time it travels, we increase this counter. And if you have the basic projectile type or this, or we have our Meteor. And the AI slot is... Let's maybe do 2, maybe? Or actually let's do 1 for now, see what happens. So they should only be able to travel once. And I don't think it's gonna look weird, because you're probably not gonna notice at all. I mean, it's gonna be less, of course, but you can't really relate one object going into one that's going out. Okay, let's see. How's that gonna feel? So there's definitely way less going on. The issue is the black hole is way too strong. It actually makes this attack completely trivial. Because it just sucks everything in like instantly. I don't know, on my side the stream looks fine. So I would hope to believe it's on your side. But yeah, I mean, the suckage is way too strong. The issue is, man, I also don't want to see it change based on projectile type. No one chatting? I mean, it doesn't really have anything to do with like the stream dying. If your internet connection is just bad. And it's mainly the delay of the on-screen chat, because that's normal. There's quite a bit delay if you're on the YouTube side. Oh, people are sleeping, true. I mean, it's pretty late. They're going towards 2 AM, at least for my time. I mean, what we maybe can do... Oh man, I hate this code so much. Please tell me I'm never gonna have to use this again. Please. If we are the Meteor, we just, like, reduce strength by 2. Oh, oh wait, I'm still... I mean, for me it's 2 AM. Or at least like 120. Like, we're going towards 2 AM now. Okay, we just divided by 2. And then we hope it's gonna be way weaker. But do we make it even weaker? Actually, let's divide it by 4. sure. Let's see. Is it just me or does his face feel completely different? Okay. Honestly, that is interesting. Even though I think the gravity is really wrong. But I mean, they only get sucked like a little bit, right? Okay, I feel like if we have this, we definitely need less meteors. But it is really interesting how you can see as soon as the black hole is on the top size, they're just falling slower and slower. Yeah, honestly, that's interesting. So like some of them do manage to get into the black hole, some don't. Actually, most don't. But it is really cool. Like when it has like this line of meteors, it just goes through, it just sucks them all up and you have like another line up here. So that is interesting. But then now the main difficulty is definitely like the small meteors. So you probably need to reduce the big meteors. That's interesting. But how is it if it had a little bit more strength? Just a little bit more. Tiny bit. I mean, this grab damage is already pretty low. I think it's like 5% of your max HP. I don't think I want to go much lower than that. Once again, it should be a hard fight. Like, you shouldn't get hit like 10 times in one attack. Which I guess you can with this. Because it's 5%. Okay, now this is with more suction. But it's still weaker than gravity. It's so weird, because when it was at normal strength, I mean, it just instant homed into the black hole, but now it's... I mean, it kind of does a little bit. I also kind of like how it's a little bit less predictable now, because it seems to be less likely now that it like grabs them all at the same time on the bottom. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, I think there's only like a very small threshold between when it's too weak and when it's too strong. I'd say now it's pretty damn strong. I'm not sure. Alright man, sure. Have a good day. I think it should maybe be a little bit weaker. But if you have this, we definitely don't need the random projectiles from the boss. It's kind of pointless at that point. I mean, as I said, it's 1:30 AM. So I would say it's pretty early. Or late, depends on how you see it. What do I have before? 5? So it's somewhere between 5 and 8. I mean, as we try 6-5, sure. And we don't want to have the random meteor. Just this one. Be gone. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. It's a little bit of a difference. We increase... What do we increase? I think now we can make the meteors faster, but just give them more cooldown. So after they arrive, you're gonna have 1.5 seconds till the next one comes. And it's 2.5 seconds till the next one collides. So I mean, I would say it's very generous. Okay, I would say we're slowly getting to a point where I'm getting somewhat happy with this fight. At least this pattern, I should say. I think we're getting somewhere. We still need the shader for these projectiles, though. Because honestly, bro, I can't see them anymore. Not nice at all. Even though I'm actually starting to get a bit worried that this pattern is just going to be a complete RNG fiesta. Because I mean, it kinda is, but the question is how hard is that going to make it? Even though I guess, to my defense, the small projectiles are highlighted. But definitely better to see than like a lot of other projectiles, like other fights. But yeah, we still need to like move the portals out a little bit more. Actually, I think we still need to make them a little bit slower. A little bit slower, move the holes further to the outside. And then it's probably the best pattern ever made. Surely. Okay, so moving them outside. Wait, how do I move them in? Do I look from max radius or current one? That's a bit of an issue. I mean, I think we're just gonna keep it for now. Maybe you can replace this with their current radius later. But it could look pretty bad. So I gotta say, them just linearly getting closer to the boss looks really cool. But if you do it dependent on their current radius, you pretty much just do big gaps in the beginning and then smaller and smaller ones. I don't know if that would look good. As we're gonna see. Oh shit. Tech timer. Whoa, what the hell is that? I mean, or ooh. Wait, actually, what I should do? We just increase this radius. But then in the previous phase, we only go to like 90% of that radius, and then the other 10% or 20% we just move in the last phase or the second phase. It's probably smarter. And we have even more magic numbers, so that's fantastic. So, in the growing phase, we want the radius to go to maybe, let's try like 80%. So that's gonna look. We also need to see here. And then in the speedy phase, we just load the rest of the 20%. Okay, and we want to do this based maybe on this time, like this 120. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the time is. So from start to... yeah, maybe give it like 2 seconds. Actually, no, let's make it slower, so it feels a bit more natural. For 5 seconds. I mean, maybe you should like tell the shader what you wanted to do. I think that could help. Would be my plan. Only horizontal, I mean just rotate it. Seems like an easy solution. Okay, I think we did it. Let's hope. I mean, I know I am. I mean, you don't need to tell me. Okay, and what should happen once this attack ends, it should move outside. Like both of them. Very gradually. I think they do. The issue is I don't think the meteors ignore tile collision. Or did we do that? Maybe we did do that. But bro, you have so much space to dodge in the middle now. I mean, that is so much space, no? Yeah, I think it's decent. And since we have so much space, we probably need more meteors now to balance that out. But yeah, I think that feels fun. We still even need to make sure that they accelerate like crazy towards the end of this phase. And then they're gonna decelerate during the next phase a little bit to give you like some opening to go through. And then we still need like a massive explosion in the middle when they collide. Something like that. But okay, I think for now though, we will continue this another time. And first, we're gonna do some shader stuff. Because it's been one day. I need to do some more shaders. So that's fun. Because I just can't see the Star Wrath projectiles anymore. What do you call this? Black hole projectile shader? I guess. Make a sun appear where they collapse? Holy. Nah, man, that would be too much effort. If that, wait, actually, oh, wait. Oh, that is kind of a cool idea, though. Also, I mean, imagine they both, like, collide into the boss. Then you have, like, this massive sun around the boss. The boss is kind of, like, hidden beneath. And then the sun stays for like another like 20 seconds and it's just shooting like death rays and shit at you. Oh, it would be kind of cool. Oh, there's so much effort for that. Maybe. That's all I'm gonna say for now. Okay, for now, let's focus on the projectile shader. Let me set that stuff up real quick. Yeah, alright, man. Thanks for staying here. And have a good night. Sleep well. Okay, kind of annoying. Sure. Okay, and then we just put this in here, I hope. Oh, wait, we already use a shader. Is that gonna be an issue? I mean, surely I can use two shaders, right? At the same time. Okay, first of all, let me just make sure that that's gonna work. I believe so. I mean, I don't really see an issue. That is very fair. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have put that in yet. Okay, let's maybe write the shader first. So, we're gonna put a color in. Maybe even two colors. But you know what? Maybe it's cool. So we have like our projectile, right? Which is looking somewhat like this, kind of. Maybe it's cool if we have two different colors, like one for the end and one for the beginning. And then we just interpolate the in-between. Maybe that could look cool. Possibly. And I mean, it would also be kind of cool if you can have like a sine wave kind of that would go over that. And maybe... How do I describe it? What would that actually do? Actually, wait, we can do that. So we just use linear interpolation for this. But to our interpolant, we can simply add this sine value. That's kind of going to give it like a shine that goes. I mean, it's really hard to explain. But in other words, if like the middle between blue and yellow, I don't know, would be green. I don't think that's how it works, but let's imagine it does. What I'm thinking, that over time, there's like this block of blue that kind of goes over it. It looks less strict. I'm gonna say, it's probably not gonna work anyway, but we see. So first, we want our color for the back and a color for the front. And we're gonna need a time later. But for now it's fine. And then we just lerp based on position, yeah. It's really loud. Oh, sorry, that man. I apologize. That sounds awful to hear. Hope you're still doing good anyways. Okay, so we want to go from... I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think we go back to front. And our interpolant... Actually, what is our interpolant? I mean, it should be the X value, right? I think it's the X value. Okay, then we're probably gonna add like some sine value to this later. With like this little shine effect. But for now, just see how that's gonna work. I mean, actually we can just try this out already. As long as there's interpolation between colors, which I hope there is, because it's just like 4-dimensional lerping, right? You just look for each coordinate. It should work. Anyways, give me 1 sec to compile, because I still haven't made like a macro or something. This would be way too efficient. Unexpected token. Okay, no semicolon. Makes sense. Okay, there it is. Oh, beautiful shader. Okay, let's first of all recompile and see if the normal shader still works. So we are loading the new shader, but we're not applying it. So it should look the same as always. Unless I messed it up. It does not work at all. That's an issue. But why though? Because I'm very stupid, that's why. So we apply the shader, and then we reset the thing that uses the shader. Very smart. Unbelievably smart. Okay, how about this? Okay, I think that looks better. Oh yeah, now it's actually fading out. Cool. Okay, we do the same for the other one. Okay, and I think just for testing, we just put in some random colors. What could look cool? I don't know. Green to blue. No idea. Let's just see if that does anything at all. I hope so. I mean, if that doesn't work though, there has to be a different way. How you can use multiple shaders. Okay, that actually makes sense. I mean, it looks interesting. But I actually didn't look at the transparency. Does the transparency change? It should, right? It does not. Actually, wait, that does make sense. Or does it? What I wonder, does it remember the order in which I apply the shaders? Because I mean, if we apply a fade and then we just overwrite the color, which doesn't care about transparency, would make a difference. Because I mean, if it remembers like a list of applied shaders and it goes through it in order, will make a lot of sense. But the other shader is just dead now. What? Hmm. Let me do a little bit of research real quick. Only one shader can be active. Oh. Wait. I mean, I guess I can just put both in one shader, even though it's definitely not optimal. Oh, we draw the same object twice. I don't know if I can do that here, really. Not really. Okay, so like, how do you make functions in shaders? I have no idea. I mean, I said it looks similar to this. Did we have it for this one? Okay, that's how you make a function, okay. We're learning. And we need the fade. And we turn this fade into a function. Fade. Which one's a fade? This one, right? Should be this one. It's probably a horrible way of doing it. We also return a float 4. So we sample the image based on the chords, so we also propagate. It returns the color it calculated. I don't know what to call it. Let's call it shade. Yeah, I mean, we have to do it at some point, right? We have to shade some stuff. Jesse, we need to shade. We need to shade our shaders. Are you telling the rest of my stream is uninteresting? That is kind of disrespectful, man. I'm more than slightly offended, but it's okay. Okay, so we do the same. Grab the color, get the final color, return. Also, we want to have a 3.0, because I now know we can actually do that. And what I believe that we want to do, we want to first apply the color. Do we even need the sample color? We don't even care about that. Yeah, we don't care at all. We first want to shade, then we want to fade. Okay, so we get the current pixel color here. We return it in shade. So we need to put this one in here. Man, it's such a mess. Yo, Coco, hello. Thanks for raid. And also thanks for follow. Hello, hello. What are you guys doing? Oh no, I'm getting steamed. So what were you guys up to? Besides steaming people? I assume you guys also coded some cool stuff? A game jam game. Ooh. Interesting. What do you make? Something crazy, never before seen, perhaps? Best gaming Godot. Oh, okay. That's cool. Most vanilla shit ever. Hey, gotta start somewhere though, right? And I mean, I personally never participated in a game jam, but I would assume it definitely motivates you a lot to actually get something done and actually learn. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the fun, right? Unless there's like a prize pool. I don't know. Are there prize pools for game jams? I don't know. But yeah, thanks. Have a good day. Thanks for the raid. And my music broke again. Fantastic. Oh, why is it so loud now? If color A greater than 0. Actually, does that even make sense? So we lerp first. Oh wait, we just override transparency. Okay. Oh my god, that's such a mess. So if our texture color has some opacity, right? Then we change it. Otherwise we don't. Then we return this. Boom. Here we go. Then we take that color, get it here, put it in there, boom, have that color. Then we still check for opacity. Then we load based on texture color, which is just color. What is color? Oh no. Color. What is this? Oh, I remember. Okay. So we need the color and the interpolant. Fair. Okay, then this one's going to be the color fade. This one's going to be the color. We have the interpolant. We return the color. Return it here. Return there. Boom. I think that works. Then we just have one omega shader now. A 5-head shader, if you will. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. So if color back, color front, color fade, and the interpolant. Then we apply. Oh my god, imagine it's gonna work. Never mind, it broke. Okay, we have an implicit truncation of vector type in line 27. I have no idea what that means. So we do have a float 4. And we return a float 4. What if we truncate a vector? Why would I ever do that? Wait, what the hell is that? Oh my god, but there's no semicolon. We don't even call this with anything. Ooh. But that works. Wow. No. It may just worked. But will it actually work? Imagine a shader working first try. Imagine that. I mean, actually, wait. I would say it works for like 50%. Right? It does the fade. And it does make it blue. Which is completely the wrong color. But I mean, at least something is happening. That's a start. Also, I should really structure this differently. This is so hideous to look at. So we compute the texture color on the outside in case we ever want to swap these for some reason. So this one actually doesn't care about the coordinates, right? Oh, it does for the interpolation. But if you look at the colors that you put in, right? Putting green and blue. What's going on? Okay, so basically, the shader kind of works, except for where it doesn't. That's what I would like to say. Actually, wait, they are green. I see the green right there. So it's not like it's ignoring the color, it just doesn't like it that much. So that's cool. They don't have a sprite sheet now, just a single texture. I mean, honestly, sprite sheets, once you understand your options, they are very easy to deal with. Like, they barely need any more code than normal textures. Also, the game, like the API has some really good functions for that. Okay, we get the current color of the current pixel. And we just ignore it. Okay, I mean, that explains it. No, not shaders, but the normal API. I mean, the shader doesn't care, it just shades one texture. It doesn't care if the texture is like 3 different versions. So I'm not sure how a shader would even have issues with spreadsheets. I feel it's more likely on your side that you're not correctly getting the right frames from the spreadsheet. Would be my guess. Okay, it looks the exact same. Interesting. Oh. Why? Why does it do that? Because I didn't even compile. Oh my god. Oh my god. Of course. Okay, we have an undeclared identifier. Text color. Oh yeah, because we don't have it there. Bro, what the hell am I doing? That makes no sense what I'm doing. Okay, we get the color of the current pixel. We put it in there, in shade, together with the coordinates. We get the shaded color. Then we fade it by putting that color in. If it has some opacity, we lerp the shade. Okay, how about that? Okay, I succeeded. It's when you apply another image to it. Image 1 rather. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can easily just call a function, say it, hey, I have a sprite sheet that has like 1 row, 4 columns, and give me the 3rd frame. That is super trivial to do. Once you know it exists, which I didn't for a long time. But it's super easy. Oh. Okay, I think we need to interpolate based on why. But it does what it's supposed to do. I know it looks hideous. But it's all about the concept. You do, of course you do. Which, I mean, it makes sense from like the game design perspective. Because, I mean, most of the projectiles are sprite sheets. So imagine how annoying it would be to always like do some weird calculations to like get the right frame from that sheet. But if you're interested, it is very easy. I think this one is... actually, let me go to the... Yeah, this one is a bit janky. You know, it's probably more the official way. Whatever. Where's the Meteor? Meteor. Okay, so that's pretty much the entire code to handle the spreadsheet. So we pretty much use a counter that just counts after how many frames we should go to the next frame. And we have a counter that remembers which frame we're currently on. And you just use this. You have your texture, right? You call dot frame. And you tell it how many rows does it have. No, how many columns? Is it columns or rows? I always forget. But I mean, this comment also helps a lot. Right, so 1302 means 1 column, 3 rows, which are these 2. And you want index, like the first column and the 3rd frame. of the color of the row. And we gotta figure it out. Just look at the text. It's kind of, yeah, I always struggle with this and get confused. Right? You just tell it what are the dimensions. What do you want? And then you get that frame. You put that frame in as your, I think it's called like source or origin source rectangle, and it works. Get a texture that is just a fragment of the original, not using a rectangle. Huh? What do you mean? So you mean if you have like your sprite sheet, you just want to, I don't know, get like a circle out of it, or what? Or what do you mean? Oh, so you can just use a shader for that. Okay, I actually forgot if my shader works now or what happened. Oh no, we changed the interpolant dimension. Terminator has an Infernum AI. What? Is Terminator like a Terraria boss or what? Who is that guy? Okay, that does more what I envisioned. Okay. We should probably get some better colors, because they kind of suck. What like cool colors? I don't know. The boss from the boss. Ah, okay, I see, I see. Actually, I think I want to try the little shine effect first, and then we do colors, because colors are going to be a bit more complicated. Also, I kind of want to use pseudo randomly generated colors for each projectile. Let's try the shine effect first. When you warp a texture with a shader, you need an input texture, which doesn't take a rectangle but the entire sprite sheet. I mean, if you put in the entire sprite sheet in a shader, right, it's going to map from 0, 0 to 1, 1, and if you have a noise image, it's going to do the same. So it's not really reshaping it to fit it, but it's just the nature of the coordinate system, if that's what I mean. Like this texture doesn't change at all, it's just the coordinate system. To make it consistent to use with other textures. I mean, if you don't want that, you just put in the original size of the texture in the shader, and you kind of just compute what the original coordinates were and then do something with that, if that helps you more. If you, instead of wanna stretch it out over this entire plane, you like wanna repeat it or whatever, then you would have to do that manually, but you can if you want to. Just need to put in the dimensions of the texture. Okay, for the shade. What if you just put in a sign, but we need time? That's what I'm issues with. Like the scaling back to the original. Because you literally just put in the dimensions and just multiply it by the texture coordinates, and you get the original coordinates. Because you're kind of just reversing the operation that it's done before. That's at least how I did it. Time, yes. Yeah, because if you think about it, that is exactly what the shader does, right? If you have a texture, let's see, of size 100, 100, and you have a given coordinate, whatever, let's say this is 50-50, no, it's not in the middle. How does it translate this to a system that goes from 0, 0 to 1, 1? It just takes each pixel, divides it by like the size. So this would turn into 0.5, 0.5. So if you multiply each pixel by this texture size, you get your 50-50 back. Okay, we have time. We have a sign. I always forget, how do you make the sign slower or faster? I think the sign is slower if you like divide the value in there, right? Something like that. Okay, doesn't know time. Fair. Yeah, okay, man, I'm learning. Okay, got it. Let's see, how hideous would they look? Come on, please look good. I mean, they do change color over time. That's not quite what I imagined, though. But it should change back, right? Maybe they do and it's just really slow. But okay, that looks awful. I want it to be kind of like that. But it should be faster. And different. Maybe it's not that easy. What if we put in just a sign? What if we make it fast? I mean, if you make it fast, it keeps changing color, right? I mean, that's what I would assume at least. It's a little bit fast. I just want to make sure that it works the way I think it does. Does it mean they didn't change the color back at all? Oh yeah, oh my god. Actually looks kind of cool. Okay, what if we do some funky stuff? Like, what happens if we have the sign times 5 plus the cosine of divided by 2? Now we're going funky. Now we're going into a territory I don't even know what I'm doing, but could look cool. If I have like this one idea how I want it to look, but I have no idea how I can make that work. I mean, honestly, it actually looks kind of cool. At least the effect, right? Not the colors. But okay. It's good enough for now. Let's see how we do the colors. What's the idea? It's really hard to explain. I wanted kind of to... So if we have the projectile, right? It looks kind of like this. We have one color on this side, one on this side. We interpolate, right? As we do already. But I kind of want to have like a shine effect. Like imagine you like have a flashlight that you shine like onto the back part. So it's like brighter. But this rectangle kind of just moves over it over time. Or something like that. I don't know if there's a die, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there is, but I don't really know dice that well. And I mean, what we can do... We can probably take the fraction of the time to kind of model that. Casting light onto it. I mean, it's going to be independent of the white hole. It's going to be like a continuous animation over time. But, I mean, kind of. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like this moving area that is brighter than the rest. But I mean, in theory, you can actually just take the fraction of the time. And that is kind of like our moving part. That we can just like scale down, probably also by a lot, by division. And then we like define a neighborhood by which this effect becomes weaker. And then for all these pixels we apply like a brighter color. Or like the same color but multiplied with something. I mean something like that. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna do it right now. I mean, it's probably gonna look ass anyway. Okay, but what I'm thinking, for the colors, I do want to have different colors, but obviously we can't randomize them here, because then we would assign every projectile a random color every single frame, which is going to look awful. So what I'm thinking, we know the ID of every single projectile in the projectile array, right? They're all going to be somewhere in this array. So we can use the index as our input for a pseudo random number generator. So it's going to be unique for this one projectile. And based on that, we generate our colors. Confetti effect? Wait, what? Okay, so we have the index. Now the RNG. Yeah, it was uniform random. Uniform, hello. But does always go away? Unified random, oh that's why. When you randomize every frame, oh, I see. But yeah, it's not what we're gonna do, because it's gonna look awful. I think I can put a seed in, right? Oh yeah, and the seed is gonna be our index. Which means all RNG called by this is gonna be the exact same as long as the index is the same. That is the plan at least. Now I haven't tried it out, but it looks right to me. So let's do some funky stuff. Let's just get two random colors like this. New color. Just get RNG. Actually, let me make a little lambda. Call it I for integer. Can I actually do that? Returns RNG dot next int? No, just next. Number from 0 to 255. But is it? It is exclusive, right? It's exclusive. This one takes 255, right? What's the colors? Yeah, okay. So do 256. Can I just put it in here? No. How do lambdas work again? I forgot. Okay, give me one sec. Okay, that looks more like it. Why not? I mean, yes, that works. Sure. Random value, we just call it I. Just keep it short. Can just say I. No. That looks so weird. But I mean, if it works, it works. That's what I'm saying. Color back, color front. You put these bad boys in. Okay, I really want to know what that's gonna look like. It's probably gonna be very colorful and very flashy. Holy! Interesting. But okay, we're in the right way. What I also realized, we probably want to give it an intensity for how much it's gonna use these colors. Because right now it just completely overrides the original color. Intensity, say maybe like 80%. Which means in the shade... Wait. Actually, reduce the texture color? But yeah, we completely override it. So can I to combine the original color with these two? Which I mean, I guess shouldn't be that hard. Because we just say color back is a lerp from the initial color to color back based on the intensity. And then we do the same for the other one. Right, so now to actually consider what the initial color was. So it's not gonna look like a complete color mess. Then we have that. Let me compile that. Boom. Doesn't work. Okay, global variables are constants. That is good to know. That's fair. Okay, let's call them the modified versions. Sure. Okay, how about that? That works, cool. Then I think we have too many different types of colors. So we can probably like take this mod 10. And then we're only gonna have 10 distinct colors. Or at least 10 distinct pairs of colors, I guess. Okay. How about that? Man, I think we're cooking big time, bro. We're shading like no one else has ever shaded before. I mean, it does look interesting, but it still looks pretty bad. What is it? Maybe it should consider the original color way more. You got it, nice, man. I mean, to be fair, even though I don't like writing shaders, getting them to work is still pretty damn cool. Especially with like all the stuff you can do. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, that is really interesting. Now it just looks how there's like a bunch of variations. Wait, that is really cool. Okay, maybe we go a little bit more intense. And we allow all different colors. Wait, that's pretty pork though, is it not? At least I'm porking. And it's definitely making it feel way less boring. Okay, it's a little bit too intense, I'd say. A little bit too intense. Maybe 0.3. 0.3 angle. So the saddest part about this shader is we can't really reuse it. Like we have to write a new shader to actually use that. Yeah, 0.3 is probably still too much, yeah. We'll see. Even though I wonder if it's also looking a bit worse now because we have like up to what, like 1,000 different variations. Maybe it does look better if we just take mod 10. Maybe not on the RNG, but on this. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. Now it does look very similar to the original, but I think it changes it enough to make it somewhat interesting. I think that's kind of nice. Yeah, I think I like it. That's fine. Okay, cool. Very successful. Now, coming back to this. I think this attack was fine for the most part. We kind of need to change the Meteor frequency again. Make them more frequent. Besides that, we still need to do the last phase. So we just need to make them spin faster. And honestly, I really start to like the idea now to like spawn like another massive planet, like a sun or some star in the middle after they collide. They're just gonna shoot a bunch of like death rays at you. I hate the fact that I love that idea, but I think if you spend more time on this pattern, it's just one pattern. We've been here for a week, man. It's a desperation. I am not sure. The thing is, part of me thinks this attack is like probably by far the most RNG heavy one. In terms of how much RNG can fuck you over. I probably want to make it an early pattern. Because RNG can mess you up big time. If you just get unlucky with like the meteors, they just keep spawning on you. These things almost one-shot you if you're like in the center of the explosion. So I don't know why I can't reset the boss properly anymore. Yeah. It just likes to break these days. I don't know why it does that. I mean, at least it looks kind of cool. Even though it doesn't work at all. I would say, even though we've been on this for a while, at least we're learning a lot. Right? I mean, we have like a screen shake. We have a reusable explosion. We have shader knowledge. Even though I gotta say, I'm starting to understand how people can write like somewhat complicated shaders in like not too much time. Maybe getting like a bit overconfident. But it's really actually more like knowing what you want to write. I mean, I guess I kind of said it before, but I think the more shaders I'm writing, the more I realize that. You just need to be able to know what you want. Then writing the shader is like the easy part. And I say for like my weird shine effect that I can barely even explain. Besides that. I also like the best part about shaders is the fact no one can even question you about having these random ass numbers. I mean, look at that. What does that even mean? The sine of time times 5 and the cosine of time divided by 2. But you can always say it's just a number that makes it look cooler. And I mean, it makes sense. If it looks cooler, I mean, you keep the number. But yeah, cool stuff. The graph for the number, or the decimals graph, sure. Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, could also try like different numbers, but I mean, looks good enough. Okay, that is the function we are using. I mean, honestly, It's kind of cool. Even though... Wait, how does this even work? For our purposes. Wait, I need to look at the Y. The Y. Looking at this, maybe I should somehow bring this back to the interval 0, 1. Because it goes from -2 to 2. But if it's greater than 1 in its absolute value, it doesn't really do anything. Yeah, if this part is greater than 1 minus the Y coordinate, it's just gonna look constant. Which, I mean, I guess it also isn't too bad, because it kind of gives us like a cooldown. Like in between the little animation happens. But I mean, how do I bring this back? To radiance? Wait, what? How does that help here? I mean, they are based on angles, right? But they're already in radians. So if you convert a radian to a radian, it's just a tiny number. A very small number. I mean, the easiest thing we could do is clamping, but I mean, it doesn't really help. It's not gonna change anything at all. Even though I kind of wonder what happens if we clamp. What was it called? Was it called clamp? It is called clamp. Wait, doesn't saturate do the exact same? Okay, so saturate is just a clamp for 0 to 1. That is so oddly specific. Interesting. Okay, so what if you just clamp this? Clamp this value to something even more random, to like 0.2 to 0.6. I don't know. What would that look like? Honestly, I'm actually starting to enjoy doing this. Just putting in the most random stuff and hoping it looks good. Okay, I think it looks the exact same, except it changes color less often. I mean, it's kind of the same I've always been doing. Like, I'm a big enjoyer of just writing code, not thinking about it, just seeing what it does. I do that way too often. The issue with shaders, man, it's like more effort, because I also need to compile it. And I mean, that takes like 2 seconds. I mean, it's a lot of effort. But yeah, it doesn't really work here with the clamping. But okay, I would say my shader is good as it is. It does what it's supposed to do. But yeah, I think I'm happy. Can't complain. Okay, what do we say? Do we do next? We wanted more meteors. Let's do that. I think we're also gonna make them fly a bit longer, but we do need more. And we still need to figure out the last phase. Okay, right now, well, what does the speed do? I think we get faster or slower, I can't tell. Or should I do it in the end of the previous phase? Actually, no, the previous phase should slowly get to like this crazy max speed. Where do we do that? Radius? No. Rotation speed. And we do it over the entire duration. Yes. Okay. I mean, we just increased this, right? 0.05. I mean, it's kind of weak. Make them twice as fast. In the spiral phase, they do slow down to about 1 rotation per second. Right? 2 pi is 1 rotation divided by 60. Yeah, 1 rotation a second. You know, it's kind of slow now. What if you do 1 rotation per half second? I mean, surely you're still gonna have enough time to get through, right? Surely. Even though if we do this, we probably should nerf how long the Meteor phase lasts. Because we just put it at 6,000 frames, which is a bit long, maybe. Okay, let's see. First phase, we have our beautiful projectiles. Honestly, I think that's the type of shader you could use on like Empress or something. Oh my god, they get so fast, so fast. Oh, but okay, maybe it's a bit too fast. Okay, there's no way, there's no way. Okay, maybe it's a little bit too fast. A little bit. So this was 05 before, right? So maybe go for like 8. This at 8 and maybe the final rotation. Put this back to 60. Sure. I mean, yeah, they are slowing down. Because you kind of have to like go through them, right? So they can't spin at like 5,000 rotations. Or it didn't slow them down enough. Didn't notice, yeah. Because it slowed down to 2 full rotations per second. That was like their slowest speed there. It's still pretty fast. That's a bit more playable, in theory. But I still get way too fast during the phase. Does it make that big of a difference? We just put it from 5 to 8. How much is that in percentage? It's like less than 50% faster, right? But actually, no, it isn't. %, faster from 5 is 7.5, right? So it is like more than 50% faster, actually. God damn. Let's do 6.5, sure. 6.5, and I think the meters are still too fast. Okay, honestly, I should just have a variable up here. I don't want to scroll down all the time. Okay, it's at 75. The issue is like part of me also wants to change the frequency of how many of them are spawning. Or like the time between them over time. But honestly, I don't know what's the best way of doing this. Like, I think we actually need a separate timer. Because if you just lerp down the modulus number, that doesn't really work well. Because then we just skip over the numbers that would go to 0. If that makes sense. Just because we keep changing that. I mean, we change it very infrequently. Like if we change it by like reduce it by 5 every 2 meteors or something, like that should be fine. I mean, actually, let me try that, sure. Let's say the initial time is like 3 seconds. And every time we run through this, we reduce this by 5. Actually, no, we can't. We do need to take the maximum. Of the time they need to arrive. And this -5. Right, because the way our code works, we can't spawn 2 meteors. Well, there's already 2 that already exist. That's gonna break everything. Which I mean shouldn't be too big of a limitation. Because having multiple is gonna be a complete mess. So let's see how it's gonna feel. I just hope we don't skip over too many numbers. So it's still gonna feel somewhat right. I mean, it's definitely better than lerping. So that's something. Okay, so they should shoot with more and more frequency. But okay, we can't really see because the face is so short now. I still rotate really fast. I don't put it at 120. The question is also though, like the explosion that we make. I think we either need a massive explosion that fills up almost the entire room, or they need to somehow try to suck you back into the middle. I think both in terms of implementation and gameplay, I think the first one is better. We just have a massive explosion. So you pretty much have to like run pretty much to the edge of the arena. We're just gonna get a one shot probably. Okay, they should get really slow now though. Let me actually simulate that. We do have the end function, right? I think we can just do it there. Okay, we just want a little explosion. Tiny little explosion. Spawn it at the center of the arena. Actually, I need to measure how big the arena is. Even though, I mean, it's gonna change, of course, but for now. This is 50 tiles. I mean, sure, it's a 50 tiles. Let's do 55. So we don't really have a projectile scale, so I guess we just put in 1. So damage is interesting. I think we're gonna go from 0 to 2. Which means if the explosion, right, happens in the middle of the arena, if you're somewhere... Wait. Wait, let me think. Wait. Wait, so the damage goes from 0 to 200%. Yeah, that does mean anywhere closer than half the radius, it's a guaranteed one-shot. And anywhere on the other half, it's gonna be like barely survivable. You know, we still have the issue that the explosion is gonna look like a very normal explosion. It's not gonna look like cosmic black hole type explosion. So we do need to change our framework a little bit. Maybe get a bunch of purple dust or something. Okay. It did not do anything at all. Do we actually call this? Spiral phase start plus duration. Honestly, maybe for some reason we don't actually run into this, because that would explain why we're not able to re-attack the boss to start the pattern again. And I could also explain why we have the issue that if we reset the boss and start it again, that it still somehow sees the black hole somewhere. That's why it breaks stuff. Let me see. Do we run in here? I think we can get rid of the other prints for now. They served us well enough to debug this mess of an attack. But you know what, I just kind of realized, the way we designed the fight, you're gonna be able to play the entire fight without like your interface on, right? I mean, you just have gameplay. It's kind of cool. Okay, we never call it. Interesting. Oh my god, because I'm so stupid. Oh, how am I so stupid? Because we're just in spiral phase forever. Oh my god. So it's a tech timer between spiral phase start. Spiral phase start plus we need a duration. Surely we have that somewhere, right? And the end time. Okay, if it's not, we call this. So I can see that causing a little bit of issues. That would explain a lot of things. You know, I do start to kind of wonder, how much would it irritate a player if I just myself permanently disable the interface? As the issues you can't even call, like, open the escape menu. That is kind of an issue. Okay, it did explode. But it just completely broke the last phase. Cool. Oh yeah, that made no sense. Why would I add this there? That made no sense. Okay, at least now we know the explosion does work. And it looked about as bad as I imagined. It looks so stupid. Oh, but yeah, we need to figure this one out. Even though this 100% gonna be this type of pattern, if you play it for the first time, you just dodge it. And you're just gonna see what happens, right? And then you just get one shot. But actually, bro, what would be kind of cool if we had this like slow type of flashbang. I don't know if that's actually how it works in physics, but I imagine you have like this little, like how do you actually draw that? I mean, something like that, like a little bit plus shaped. But is that kind of what Calamity or Wrath of the God does? I'm not sure. It just rapidly expands till it like covers most of your screen. I think it's probably better than just painting your entire screen white. But I don't know if anyone actually knows what I'm talking about. Is that like a flashbang PNG? Flashbang PNG? Probably not. It's literally just a flashbang weapon. I'm not sure if we can use any of those. I mean, wait, this one actually looks kind of cool. There's some cool ones. Honestly, it's probably this type of thing. If you have a good noise texture and you know what you're doing, you can probably make a shader for that. But I just don't know. But then we need to figure out something. Oh yeah, the boss resets now. Does it work now? Wow, now it works. How did it take me like almost a week to figure out that my boss didn't properly finish the attack? That's just crazy. Okay, let me actually increase like the times though. Because in reality, first phase would last way longer. Second phase also. Honestly, the last phase, maybe make the last phase actually last shorter. Because I think you have too much time to react. Because they're just approaching very slowly. How long is the pattern like this, by the way? I have no idea. 3,000, 3.5. 3.5. It's like 3.8k frames. How much is that? Okay, that pattern is 1 minute. That is a casual 1 minute long attack. It's kind of crazy. I mean, thinking most bosses have like attack patterns that last like maybe like 10 seconds on the longer side. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm dead. I do wonder how this one's gonna go. Because again, every time we spawn a meteor, they're gonna spawn faster and faster. How are they this fast already? Okay, they're just completely broken now. Ow. I thought I made them unbreakable, but they just broke. What's the issue? So we take whichever number is greater, either the time it takes for the meteor to arrive. Actually, maybe we like increase this, because I'm not sure if it can be equal to that or not. We just decrease it by 5 frames. We start at 180. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we actually need a timer. Because maybe the issue is... But if we think about the scenario, our number is divisible by 180. So we decrease it by 5, and now it's 175. What is the next number that is divisible by that? It's 2 times that, right? So it's 350. So then the time between is 170, which seems reasonable. Then we go through this again. We decrease 175 minus 5, which is 170. Next number that is divisible by that is 340. What is the current time then? Minus 170? It's 170 again. Okay, it's complicated. But it seems like it goes too fast. So maybe we just decrease it by like 2 frames. I don't know. Maybe that's not gonna break it somehow. Let's hope. Oh my god, bro. Okay, once you get chain manages, it's over. Oh. Okay, I still need to fix that they get this fast towards the end. They get way too fast. Why is it like spawning barely any dust? Oh. Okay, I think we are approaching the point where we have a playable pattern. You know, I gotta say, it doesn't feel like it lasts for a minute. Maybe because it feels like 3 separate patterns. That's probably why. But looking at this, I think we need to increase the suction on like the Meteor pieces again. Because they almost never get picked up. I mean, or we go back and make the suction weaker. And then they're going to be slower as a result. And they're going to be easier to get picked up. Not in the Meteor. But in here. Let's maybe put it at 0.8. Why not? So on 0.8, what did it just say? I think we would also make the spin in the first phase a little bit faster. Tiny bit. So I think the meteors could also be a bit more frequent. A little bit. Maybe put a 3 here. Oh yeah, final phase, I think should also be shorter. And you just have way too much time to react. 5 seconds, man, it's way too long. What 3? Because I want them to close in. And if you don't know what's gonna happen, it's like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? What's that? Even I'm not sure how I'm feeling about the fact that the black hole could in theory still like one-shot you. Very fast. Like when it's going towards the middle. Oh my god. Okay, I'm dead. Oh yeah, they are way faster now. But it's just since the black hole is also way faster. I mean, they won't really catch up. Okay, now it's pretty tight timing wise. So maybe I would like nerf the radius a little bit. Honestly, when looking at this, maybe I also want to decrease the scale of the projectiles. Also, what if you just make it a little bit smaller, but when they grab you big time? Because I think since it's completely random, or at least very random, how they fly. Oh, it broke again. Oh my god. Yeah, since it's completely random, it could be a little bit of BS. But I have no idea why it breaks like that. I guess it just does that. But I mean, this number is constant, right? Yeah, never change it. Oh, but the issue is... Actually, I see the issue, yeah. So since we keep decreasing our modulus number, the chance that a number earlier... how do I say it? Like, it gets more probable that we get to a number faster that is divisible by that number, right? Which means we can potentially spawn a meteor again before that time has reached. And stuff. I really suck at explaining today, aren't I? But okay. It doesn't matter how I explain it. All that matters is how we're gonna fix it. And honestly, I don't know. Like, the easiest thing would actually to be just to use a timer. Yeah, I think we just make it with a timer, sure. A Meteor timer. So, we're just always decreasing the timer. Then we only look at that timer. It says equals 0. We set it to something again. I mean, now I can use that logic though, right? Just set it to this number. Because we know we don't have this division error. Sure. Also, let me see again. What happens if we decrease the suction again by a lot? Like, by. Oh, actually, I also wanted to change the projectile scale. I forgot. Or should we give it like a random scale? Maybe they can have like a little bit of randomness. Maybe like 0.5 to 0.75, maybe? You know, they're gonna be tiny, so maybe we actually need to spawn more. It's got so brutal towards the end. I don't know how I feel about the rocks, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not too confident about that. And they look so cute now. But they look really long. So I think 0.5 is too little, maybe more like 7.5. But they do look kind of weird. And it does make dodging way easier, that's for sure. I mean, could have guessed, half the hitbox. Oh yeah, that ain't it. Maybe just do a constant 75. I would say that looks okay. I would say it does look a bit worse than before. Like with the normal scale. But I would say in terms of fairness, that is way better. Even though I still have a massive skill issue. I'm kind of no-hitting this guy though now. Okay, besides that part, that is like impossible. No, I really like the dynamic of this pattern, because you're kind of getting motivated to stay on the edge, right? So it like curves less, because most of them already go towards the hole. But if you stay super far on the edge, you have more distance to travel to run away from the black hole. I kind of like how that cancels out. But I'm still not very happy with the meteors, like the scraps. Okay, I actually thought for a second, what if I just stand right next to the black hole, but that doesn't work at all. Because they curve so damn hard. But I feel no matter what I'm gonna do, there's probably gonna be some stupid way of getting to the other side. Oh my god, I dodged it. Wow. Maybe I should see if I can do this once without dying. So honestly, I feel like I'm getting pretty confident. So that's the first part, man. The first part is actually kind of me. Because we definitely want to stay close to like the white hole. But I can't stay too close because then they're not spread out enough. And it's just a wall that just grabs you. Okay, shit. But I think this phase is actually decently fair now, even though it's very RNG heavy. Okay, ignore that. And we dodged it. Wow. Okay, I mean maybe not a no hit, but I would say it counts as a low hit, for sure. This was so unfair, man. Who made this dog shit? Also, why is the death message so messed up? The hell did I do there? But what I also kind of like about this is you pretty much need to understand the indicator. I think if you don't understand it, bro, you're just gonna get a one-shot so easily. I mean, or you just get lucky. Then you just ignore it. Okay, let me fix the death message real quick. We need .name. Oh, pro gamer. Also, maybe increase the iframes a little bit. Tiny bit. Doesn't mean the black hole should kill you really fast. But I think it does it too fast. Let's see, how fast would it kill me now? Let's see. Okay, still really fast. If I increase this to 5 frames, it will take almost a second. Nah, it's too long. Maybe 4? It's 40 frames, that is 2/3 of a second. I think that's fine. Because I really want to prevent the idea of being able to just like damage boost through it. That's the last thing I want. Which, what if I just try to do... Oh shit, okay, she's my own boss. Fuck. Yeah, it's more about the speed I was thinking, so that's fine. But you can literally just walk around it in the beginning. That is very suboptimal. $800 damage, damn. Oh wait. Oh. Wrong window, I apologize. But okay, I think we did a decent amount of cooking. So honestly, I think we're gonna call it here. We are approaching 4 AM on my side, which is a little bit more degenerate than I would like it to be. I like how this just completely breaks. Interesting. So, I think we're gonna call it here. Then next time, for sure, we can finish this pattern. Right? Surely. I mean, I would actually say we're like 99% done. Right, we just need to change the explosion a little bit. Make it look cooler, a bit nicer. Maybe we still change like the rotation in the last phase a little bit. Okay, we still need to change like the small meteor thingies. They're still kind of off. But besides that, man, getting somewhere. Maybe I also want to try out changing the projectiles in the first phase a little bit. Maybe trying to spawn more, but with less frequency. So we have like more time between projectile waves. Maybe. But anyways, I will call it here. So gamers, have a good night. Stay geek, chat. And we'll probably continue this tomorrow. So I will see you all then. Alright, bye bye.